ever been close enough that they needed to come down to a frame count. Funnily enough, the terrapin percent world record actually did. The terrapin percent world record and second place are only about a third of a second apart between me and MCon. That one actually did come down to a frame count. I think, and to be clear, I am trying to dredge out memories from almost 20 years ago. I think probably almost 20 years ago would have been the last time that I actually saw the pamphlet, the paper pamphlet that came with the game that explained a whole bunch of the shorts, the shorthand. It's like SD for sword, DR for dagger, KN for knuckle, BW for bow. And what I recall is that it was BL for ball, the help ball. The salad bowl is a BWL, and it's not capitalized. Only the S and the B for like salad bowl, and then they just dropped the vowel from bowl. So it's salad BWL, not salad BL. Bacon and lettuce. That is the most reasonable suggestion I have heard so far. If I were wounded, I would not be sad to receive bacon and lettuce. I would find that very helpful. Man, that was a fun way to come back to Breath of Fire 2. I really should play this game more often. I built this whole little Twitch community around Breath of Fire 2 speedruns, and then I just stopped doing it because life or something. I don't know, it sounds like a pretty weak excuse to me. And yo, it's 7:30 in the morning. I wonder if Nita's waking up. I'll send her a text. Alright, yep, that's a good ending. If you get the neutral ending, there's a dragon shriek there. So yes, officially good ending. I'll just continue to roll through the credits until somebody official looking tells me that I'm off stream. Anyway, thank you everybody who watched. You're all a real cool audience for both watching and for donating to charity. It's a good cause. If anybody's interested in looking at the notes that I've been talking about, or the Discord community, or whatever, I'm pretty sure we have an exclamation point runner command. I don't know if it's updated for me, but well, the in-game dialogue that requires me to press buttons is over in another like minute-ish, and then it will just go into an auto credit crawl. It auto updates now? Yo, that is fancy. We're in the big leagues here. What happened to our little small-time backyard marathons? I'm not used to having production quality. This is terrifying. Anyway, I would say that you can find links to my socials, but you can't because I don't have any. All I have are my little private Discord community that you're all welcome to join. I also occasionally stream Teamfight Tactics when the mood strikes me, and mods of old Super Nintendo games made by really cool people who make cool mods. Often challenge modes of the mods that cause me to suffer, because suffering is fun, and that's my entire brand. Could you at least completely cover the door? It's not the most convincing guard I've ever seen, I gotta admit. Like, Death Evan could definitely wiggle some of his little tentacle mouths out there. And here we go, final dialogue box. This is the end of the task timing. There we go. Dunzo! Alright. Get rid of me. I'm done here. I'll just leave the credits rolling.
Okay. I guess I'm here. Hi, everybody. Welcome. And thanks for hanging out with me today. Um, a little bit of a differentiation here from the schedule. We're actually running true ending instead of all barrels. Gonna be a fun time anyway. I'm Sabledragonrook. You can call me Sable. And top left corner, we've got Mort hanging out with us today. But I guess let's just get this ball rolling, huh? I won't keep you waiting, so let me just make sure. Yeah. All right. We're going to start the timer in 3, 2, 1, go. Cool, cool. Hello, everybody. How are you doing today? So, yeah, true ending is going to be a little bit different than what you've seen. I know Last Guardian has already appeared in really, really longathon this time around, but it's going to be a little bit different. We're going to watch all the cutscenes for one. So you should get to enjoy the entire story of this lovely and heartwarming game. Which is why we're watching this. Thank you for the good luck, everyone. So yeah, top left-hand corner, Mort. He is a lizard. He will be hanging out, probably sleeping. It's fairly early here. But who knows? Maybe he will decide that today is the day he wants to run a marathon around his little enclosure. So we're taking a look at all these animals. It's getting bigger. We started with like bugs, and now we're going to like bats and dogs, up into goats and all that kind of stuff. Which is, I think, I don't know, it's kind of a clever way to introduce this concept. Now we're getting bigger into giraffes, and we're going to start getting into like mythical creatures. Unicorns, griffins, that kind of thing. Dragons. Some of these like animal portraits play during loading screens, and some of them are just like such a mood. I hope that we get some good ones. But here's Trico at the very tippy top of this hierarchy of fantastical beasts. We've got Trico, who is going to be our buddy throughout the rest of the run. Unicorns bigger than giraffes. Imagine how terrifying it would be to have a horse that was like bigger than a giraffe just walk towards you. Alright, we didn't really get to see the button prompt that it wanted me to do. And to be honest, I don't remember what it was because I was just mashing buttons. But this is me. I'm hanging out. I don't know why I'm here in this cave that I can't get out of. And here's Trico. Not really my buddy right now. We start the game being enemies. I'm noticing that I have tattoos that I didn't have, presumably before I started this adventure. Things are just a little weird. Hi, Trico. He's awake and he hates me. Just hates my guts. So he's got this spear in his leg that I'm gonna yank out. Thank you, camera, for doing whatever you're doing. We're gonna make him our friend. He'll come around. It's funny that you mentioned that Trico is less green, because I often paint my Trico green just for the memes because he looks like moldy when you paint him green. And I debated running on that profile. And I decided, no, people will want to see the regular Trico, not the one that looks like it's been wet and sitting in the sun for too long. He goes over there. He's a little bit less terrified right now. Oh, good. We're starting with the boy just going absolutely bonkers. So we still need to earn his trust. We pulled a spear out of him, but that's not... You know, one spear does not a best friend make. But these are snacks for Trico. Ouch. And we'll feed him these and he'll come around. The all barrels run that you watched would have given, as the name implies, every barrel in the game to Trico. Which, that is quite a task. That run is very hard. What's in the barrels? Well, we get to watch the cutscenes this time. So maybe you'll get to find out. Stick around. It's blue Gatorade. Definitely Gatorade. Well, you know, I mean, it is a Fumito Ueda game, and it is connected to Shadow of the Colossus and Eco, so make of that what you will about what happens to Trico at the end. Move your ear, you big lug. So, like, one of the most defined connections between them is actually going to come up in the next, like, 5 minutes. There's essentially a handful of direct, like, call-out references to the other games. And aside from that, you're just left with your own speculation. Buddy. The way to any Trico's heart is through his stomach. And now he's fine. So I pulled the lever on his neck, which was connected to the collar that was chaining him to the ground. And that collar was also connected to, like, all of his pieces of armor. So you can see, because the camera's not letting me control it, he's taken his armor off. He's scratching it off. He's gonna get his helmet and his, like, body piece off. And he will be a completely naked Trico. I'm trying to do ledge skip. Unironically, one of the hardest skips in the game, which is kind of weird because it's just jumping off a rock, but you really do need to get, like, a little physics boost. But no big deal that we didn't get it. It saves about 15 seconds if you do get it. We were just trying to get up onto this ledge without having to wait for Trico. You're not meant to do that, so it's decently stringent. The team who made this game, Gen Design, is super, super particular about you never skipping anything. They put a lot of effort into making sure that you play this game exactly as intended. Which is why things like ledge skip are like, impressive. It's like, whoa, we actually broke it a little bit. What? Alright, we grab this mirror. This is the biggest call out to Shadow the Colossus. This sarcophagus that we're standing on is made out of 16 pieces. And obviously this pool might look familiar to you if you have seen anything about Shadow the Colossus. But everything around it looks very different, so what happened in between those two games, and even which one came first, is kind of up to your interpretation. The general consensus is that The Last Guardian is the most recent, not only obviously publication, but like timeline as well. Which means that Shadow would have happened first, then Eco, then Last Guardian. So Trico is... he's feeling something about this mirror. Not really sure whether he's happy, scared. We'll do a little skip here, hopefully. And the reason that you'll see me restart checkpoints throughout the run, we're going to be doing that pretty often, is once we checkpoint, Trico has like a fixed position that he'll be in. And so if you reset that checkpoint, sometimes the fixed position is further ahead than what Trico was, and so we can kind of use that to teleport him forward. We'll do the same thing here. It would take a while for Trico to follow us through this hallway. You know, looking around at the scenery and gingerly walking along the cliffs, so now he's just right behind us. And anywhere that I shine the mirror, he's gonna shoot lightning out of his butt. But we don't really actually have to worry about that very much. That's not a mechanic that is super important, strangely enough. Because we go the vast majority of the game without it. But he's gonna be afraid of the water down here. And so I am gonna tempt him into it with a snack. Formerly, we would have tried to lure him over to this corner and get that barrel, like, trapped where it couldn't float out, so that Trico would be forced to stand exactly where we wanted him. And then we would have climbed up onto his head up here. But we've actually had a decent number of changes to this run in the last probably 6-ish months. Oh, hi Google, thanks for chiming in. So things are decently different with this speed run. And honestly, 13 minutes out of the cave, having watched the initial cutscene is really not bad. Because that first scene is like multiple minutes, so... And we do have to watch all the cutscenes in order for it to qualify as true ending. There's also a couple other things that we have to do. Time doesn't stop in exactly the same place as it would for any percent. We're not going to be doing White Tower skip. So, true ending is essentially just like see as much of the game as possible. And there's still a lot of skips that we are going to do. Because this game doesn't really allow you to skip sections anyway. Like, even in the ideal any percent, you're doing the whole game. Yeah, we got Mort up on the left, sleeping oh so gently. Of course, as I said that, he flickered out of existence for a second. So Trico's looking at this white tower. He and I are both kind of trapped down in this valley, and we can't get out. But, you know, he seems interested in this white tower. Sure. If that's what's important to him, let's go to it, because I don't know what's happening. As the little boy, I have no idea what's going on. So we're going to make the white tower our goal. And for the rest of the game, we're going to try to get to it. Woo-hoo-hoo, I thought that I was dying. This is a great opportunity to share with you that unlike Shadow of the Colossus, if you've ever played that, you know, Shadow of the Colossus, you hit, I think classic controls, it's R1, I want to say. And you would think that I would know this because I just ran Shadow of the Colossus last week. I think it's R1. To hold on to the Colossi, right? And you have a stamina bar, and if you run out of stamina, then you are forced to let go. In Last Guardian, there is no such thing. There's no stamina bar, there's no grab button, there's nothing. So if I want the boy to grab something, I just have to jump towards it and hope that he is not a Butterfingers right now. And that's it. So I thought that I was dying on those chains because it didn't seem like he was gonna grab. And I'm sure there will be a time when the boy doesn't grab something and I die because of it, or we have to do something over because of it. That is just the nature of the speedrun. The speedrun is not for people who want consistency. But, to me, that's what makes it a lot of fun, because every single run is different. Trico, obviously, is going to be significantly different, because he's a very nuanced AI. Hey, buddy. I mean, like, just like this. Nice. Good job, dude. All of this running that I just did, the way that I went across the chains, how I shot this door to break it, all of it was very specifically paced so that when Trico was walking forward and catching up with me, he wasn't walking too close to me. If he had been too close, he would have been underneath me instead of back on that pillar. And I would have had to wait for him to, like, find me and turn around and get himself all situated and then jump to me. But this actually went really well. We paced that really well. So he was standing essentially where he jumps from, and he didn't have to do all the, you know, twirly whirling and everything to find me. Oh, big yawn, Mort! I just looked over. Well, Mort's waking up. That bodes ill for us. He knows. I swear, he knows when I'm doing a speed run. He sleeps all day, every day, except for when I'm doing a speed run. And then he's, like, all over the place because he knows that I'm gonna move the camera to, like, follow him. So he really tries to troll me. So I'm sure it's only a matter of time till he starts zooming. Again, we're gonna reset this checkpoint because Trico takes a decent amount of time to figure out where we are and to hop up to us. So we'll just reset, and then he's here. Hi! Could you stay out of my face, my guy? We will run into that problem, unfortunately. Throughout any time that we have this mirror that I'm using to call Trico's lightning, if the beam of the mirror gets interrupted, such as if Trico walks through it, if Trico taps me and I stumble, any of those kind of things, you have to restart charging the mirror from 0. And that will be a problem for the speedrun. We want every shot of the mirror to go off seamlessly, and that's kind of a lot to ask. So we'll see. Whoa, camera. Hey buddy, look, 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 look. Good job. Sometimes he can spin around and start like walking backwards. But I got his attention, stopped him from doing that spin. Not that it mattered because he's standing here. What are you doing, Trico? Like, this is just so Last Guardian. That everything went right there, and Trico was still just like, nah, I'm gonna stand here. Whatever. This is one of my favorite games of all time. I've been speedrunning this game for years. And Trico just never gets old. He's great. He's got such character behind these beady little eyeballs. He's also very much making this impossible. Dude, I just want to be on the side of your face. Thank you. So we've got eyeballs over here. These glass eyes really spook him out. And in fact, he won't move or do anything until we get rid of them. That one was easy. We just had to shove it off a cliff. Others will be more challenging. We have to solve kind of complex puzzles to get rid of those eyes so that Trico will listen. Hey buddy, focus. Focus. Good job, dude. You're on a roll today. Trico's being really good. Which... I'm gonna eat those words, I'm sure. There was a cutscene trigger at the bottom of those stairs. And he very competently just tiptoed around it, so we didn't have to deal with it. If he had stepped on it, that would have been basically an automatic 45-second time loss. Hi! What are we doing? What are we doing? See, there's a time when I would not have chosen to grab, but again, automatic grab button, so... Okay. Now Trico's behind this door. Gonna solve a couple more little puzzles here. Reset to get that door open and Trico's attention faster than it would be otherwise. I feel bad not giving him the barrels, but... You've already seen that. We've already had it all barrels. Alright, and we come to this cage, which... Actually, the cutscene trigger that I was talking about earlier was referring to this cage. So if he had stepped on that, we would have seen him across the way here. Kind of over there. Get angry, looking at this cage, and that's what would have cost us the time. So he doesn't like it. I mean, I can't blame him. It's kind of creepy looking. But we have nowhere else to go, so he's gonna overcome his fears and just come down anyway. And for those of you who have never seen The Last Guardian before, this is usually yoink, the part that kind of throws people off. Yeah, he just totally maunched me. Just got straight nommed. And because it's true ending, we do watch this cutscene. Normally we would skip this for any percent. We are doing the full game experience. And we'll get some more context on what all of this is as we go. We're here. We are not launched. Very astute observers, which I imagine is basically nobody because you have no frame of reference, will notice that we have more tattoos. Almost impossible to notice. So I guess kudos to you if you actually did pick up on that. But we've got more tattoos than we started the game with. And the mirror is gone. That's the most important thing. So that thing that we were using, also that was glorious. The thing that we were using to summon Trico's lightning out of his butt, is gone. And in fact will be gone for the majority of the game, which to speedrunners is very nice. Because that mirror is a pain in the butt. But we'll get it back. Eventually. So for most of the game, we're going to be solving puzzles without the use of Trico's lightning. Where the mirror went? I wonder. And now we've got armors. Up until this point, we've sort of been in a almost tutorial. And now we're actually being introduced to the enemies of this game. So armors are not people. If you notice when we fight them and they explode, they're not people exploding. They're just mist inside the armor that's like animating it. And all they want to do more than anything else is pick me up, me as the boy, and drag me into blue doors that you see around the levels. So if you ever see a blue door, that's a pretty good indication that we're about to get into a fight. They're going to try to pull me into the door and take me who knows where. Bad places. So we're going to try to avoid that. And in fact, we're going to try to avoid getting caught at all the vast majority of the time. Sometimes we'll do it strategically. And I'll talk about that more if it happens, but the armors, Trico doesn't really care about the armors except for their heads. For some reason, he really, really likes their heads. And we're going to use that to our advantage here. Trico, wake up. Thank you. We're going to use that to our advantage here if Trico gives us the opportunity to do helmet skip. Hey, buddy. Schmeck. Well, okay. I'll take that too. So that one flew off the bridge. So it's a no-go for helmet skip there. We only need one of them, and that'll be good enough. Where does helmet go? Oh, there it is. Treeks, you are making this challenging, and you are being super slow. Get your act together, my guy. Well, I think that guy ended up off the bridge. This one certainly won't, which means Trico will get distracted. Schmeck. Hey, buddy, look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Look, 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 look. Oh, you are a good boy. Look at you. So he's really upset at this helmet because he's just obsessed with helmets. I used that to lure him into this room before he started to get angry, because now the game is trying to teach me a very important mechanic, which is if you pet Trico, he'll calm down. And he, he gets upset when he sees scary things like eyeballs, when he gets in fights with armors. All of those things make him upset. And you're supposed to pet him to calm him down when those happen. Petting him takes a while. Plus, there's like a whole additional puzzle to solve back there after you pet him. But by luring him there with the helmet, I just got up onto his back and then just went without him. So we saved a lot of time by doing helmet skip, and he did it really, really well. Ideally, we only want one helmet to be left out of those 4 armors. Because otherwise he'll get focused on like a different helmet than the one that I'm holding. But he did a really good job. He paid attention to me when I called him, even though there was another helmet to look at. So he was a good boy. And this is going to be the first major scripted event. This game is a little bit unique in that it very rarely actually has cutscenes. What it has are scripted events that look like cutscenes. So anytime that Trico seems to be off doing his own thing, it's scripted for him to do that, but it's happening within the confines of the game world itself. So every time he's going to do it a little bit different. This run that he's doing actually was pretty decent this time. Because all he's scripted to do is to go forward, turn around, go backwards, go around this pillar, and then look up. How he does that from run to run is completely different. And so sometimes you can lose time through no fault of your own, just because he chose to do a scripted event slowly. And we'll have a bunch of scripted things. When I took the world record for this category, which, I mean, the record had stood... Oh, he jumped on the wrong pillar. Goob. The record had stood for years by a runner named Satsu, who was a huge innovator in this game. And then very quickly, a couple people all kind of got into Last Guardian at the same time, but I had been running it kind of alongside Satsu for years. And when I took the record at 315 for any %, we compared my record versus the person who I had just beaten. And we were neck and neck coming into like probably 2.5 hours into the run. And then during a scripted event, I caught up and like went ahead just because my Trico decided to do it faster. Nobody was in control. You can't control scripted events. It was literally just my Trico did a good job. And so the entire puzzle we just skipped there, by the way. We'll encounter those jugs from time to time, the big one that I closed the lid. Those jugs basically just have whatever's inside the barrels that he likes to eat. So when he sees the jugs, he's like, oh, snacks, I'm so excited. And just like with the eyeballs, he'll get distracted and you have to close it so that he can't smell it anymore before he'll move on. I would have gone for Vine Skip. Oh, dude, can you not, like, leave me behind? Some friend you are. I would have done Vine Skip to try to get up to that jug a little faster. But Trico didn't jump on the right pillar, so that was kind of moot. And things like this down here as well are also scripted, so Trico's gonna kind of just do his own thing. And whether it's fast or slow is up to him. Dude, come on. Yeah, like he got a little hung up there for really no reason. That's alright. Oh. I wanted the... There we go. I was gonna say, I wanted the boy to say, I thought you were afraid of water. That's like a hidden line. Hey, Treeks. So he was taking a bath, and then he noticed. Something's up there. Bye. Alright, dude. Calm down. Calm down, Trico. After that first instance at Helmet Skip, where we, like, were learning that we had to pet Trico to calm him down, that was the only time that it was required for you to pet Trico. Any other time, we can just call him, and eventually he will calm down. As we build our relationship with him in the game, he'll calm down faster. So I could have pet him there, and I actually think that in an ideal situation where you don't get snagged up while you're climbing him, petting is actually faster. But how often are things ideal? Alright, we're gonna meet him on the way up. He's supposed to jump up to this pillar and then you climb his tail, but ain't nobody got time for that. I could give him this snack. I feel so bad. So many categories we don't take good care of our Trico. So this eyeball's already broken. It won't bother him. And he'll just come right over, but we're not even gonna wait for that. Because again, you know, Trico's a strong, independent boy. He can take care of himself. So we're gonna try to leave Trico behind as often as possible. Because it takes time to wait for him. We reset, he's right here. Convenient. We've got some armors. But again, he can take care of himself, so... if this fight skip goes well, which Trico does seem to be doing a good job. Nice, dude. He's gonna take care of this fight on his own, and we're gonna proceed. That went pretty much ideally. He likes to hop around and get all sorts of zoomies when he starts fighting, but he was very calm for long enough to let me get up to here and proceed without him. Now I don't care what he does. And here as well, like, there's a fight here that he's supposed to do with me. Yoink! And I'm just gonna leave him to it. You don't get to see it because we're gonna checkpoint reset, but this wooden plank is a pressure plate. He'll step on it and he'll get his tail trapped underneath the door. That's the next problem that we're gonna be trying to solve. Was a lucky little bit of RNG there. Those armors were very favorable. Okay, buddy. I need you to realize that you're free, okay? Be free. Go and kick butt. Good job, dude. Well, don't push it. So he knocked one of those guys down. Actually, he knocked multiple down, but didn't actually explode them. Are they all gone? I'm gonna take that as a yes, and we're just gonna cross our fingers. Trico? Trico, where did you go, dude? Hi, I see you. What you doing? Hey. He got a little distracted. That's alright. Well, buddy. Don't do the walkies. Dude, don't do the walkies. Don't do the... Honey. Thank you. This tunnel is rough on his AI. Nice. Okay. So he needs to have killed all of the armors at the beginning of the tunnel before he starts walking longwise into the tunnel. If he doesn't, his AI will like not progress correctly and he'll just end up walking very slowly back and forth through the tunnel without fighting anything. And it's kind of a nightmare. But he did good. He did good. And now this is going to be command skip. In this room, we're going to learn how to actually tell Trico what to do. So far, we've only been able to call Trico and be like, hey, can you, like, come here? And see if he listens. But it takes a long time in this room. Like, this room is specifically built so that you can't do anything once you get in here. So that the narrator eventually is like, wow, it really looks like we couldn't do anything, but actually, Trico's my friend, and he totally listens if I tell him to do things. So in order to skip all of that happening, we are going to, hopefully... Oof, nice. Just, cheese our way out of this room. I gave Trico a good pet, right between his horns. I'll get the spears. We gave Trico a pet between his horns, which causes him to sit down. When he sits down, he lifts his head up. And that was just high enough for me to get onto that pillar. Oh, dude, you are like right here. Hello. And from that pillar, we skipped over to a place that we weren't really supposed to be able to grab onto. And skipped the entire room. That otherwise we would have had to, you know, give a bunch of commands and basically learn the command mechanics in order to get out of. There. We'll take good care of our Trico. Now, in an ideal world for command skip... Oh, there's another spear. I'll get it. In an ideal world for command skip, we wouldn't have ended up on the pillar at all. We would have just gone straight from Trico's head to the stairs. But he took a couple steps further than he really should have, so... we made it work. So now we can tell Trico what to do. Tell being perhaps too strong of a word. We can suggest Trico what to do, and he'll decide if that's important to him. Splat. As you may be able to tell, if we step inside the light of these turtled up guards, they'll wake up. So I need to open this before they notice me. Don't notice me, senpai. Alright, we're fine. Come on, Trico. I don't mind getting caught here. Because Trico will prioritize whatever armor is holding you if you get caught. So sometimes in fights we can use that to our advantage. Hey buddy, you got a spear. Let me get it. You don't need to run, my guy. Truly, you don't. Okay, fine. I don't want him to get wedged under this door, so we're gonna actually leave that spear for a second. Timing of commands is decently important to make sure that he doesn't get stuck. So if you're interested in running The Last Guardian, routing is not really the issue. Like, just getting Trico to listen is where the skill comes in. Understanding what commands... Okay. Understanding what commands are gonna confuse him. Understanding when he is confused based on his body language. It's a lot of fun. And like I said, very, very adaptive. You have to be able to think on your feet for the entire run. Hello, Mort. I see you peeking. Hopefully I'll have some time to remove that spear this time. So frame rate actually affects this puzzle in particular. This puzzle and one puzzle at the very end are affected by your frames per second. And so some people who have like a base PS4 that chugs a little bit might take 2 tries to open this door because the chains in the wall will get tangled more easily. And of course, the people with a higher FPS pay for it at the end when one puzzle's timing becomes a lot more stringent because of the faster frame rate. Hey, way to go, Trico! We got a trophy. Last minute reprieve is for Trico knocking me out of the hands of armors a certain number of times. I think it's... might only be 10. Good shot, dude, just to throw that over there. Platinum runs of this game, man. There's a reason I'm the only person that runs Platinum %. It's roughly an 11.5-hour run, and there is one trophy that is just RNG. You can't control whether you get it or not. So you could do an 11.5-hour run and have it mean nothing. Also, we're gonna do swaggy task. Come on. Ooh. I broke my leg, but whatever. That was cool. That's usually just a TAS-only strat. But hey, it was cool, so whatever. We'll do it for the swag. I pay my bills in swag. You know, I thought about submitting it. There was this marathon, and there was one marathon, I don't remember what it was called, that was specifically for, like, runs that you don't know if you can complete. Alright, we'll get this spear. But yeah, so Trico can poop. That's the RNG trophy. He can poop. And the trophy wouldn't even be so bad, except that it's not just you get it for Trico pooping. It's you get it for looking at Trico while the poops are falling out of his butt. And it's like, you have like 5 seconds to do that. So you have to notice that Trico is pooping, be somewhere where you can see him, look at him, like all very quickly. So technically you could have like a Trico poop in a platinum % and still not get the trophy if you don't time it like just right. Plus there has to be one playthrough that's just hear all the hints, and some hints are on a timer that's as long as like 5 minutes. So that's a 7-ish hour run just by itself, getting the hints. A lot of the other trophies are fun, like the one that we just got where Trico has to save you from armors. There's some for like blowing up armors with Trico's lightning, pulling the heads off armors. There's speedrun trophies. The fastest one is 5 hours, which, I mean, we automatically get that. Even in an all barrels, we'll get the 5-hour speedrun trophy. But there's also a deathless, like go through the whole game without dying, which in a speedrun is a little bit yikes. Because we take a lot of death-defying jumps. Even just something like that I just did could very easily result in death. Alright, that is not going to give me credit, I'm almost sure. I'll start back at the top. Oh, look at that. Nice. That checkpoint's a little bit wonky. But hey, I'm not going to complain. We were supposed to get a fall damage cancel there, where the boy starts his grab animation in midair, and so he ends up grabbing this pillar and not taking fall damage. But this is just as good, so... More snacks for our lovable feathered friend. Whatever the blue Gatorade is. Alright, so we're using this as a piece of a puzzle. There's a door in front of us that we can't open. And, you know, had we been playing this game casually, we would have seen Trico playing with a chain that's moving the door. I'm going to use a checkpoint reset to teleport myself and the pot closer to where we need to be. Here you go, buddy. No. I said, here you go, buddy. And my Google thing turned on. So Trico's gonna be playing with that schnack on a stick. And as he plays with it, it's gonna move the door. Yeah, we got a lizard. His name is Mort. In the top left corner. He is usually my stream cam, since I don't have a cam of myself. Once we get some of the longer cutscenes, I'll go and, like, give him a treat. We just bought fresh blueberries, which are his favorite. Okay, you can probably see how this puzzle is going to go. He's gonna yank on that. Well, I mean, he's gonna let go of it because he's an absolute troll. But he's gonna yank on it, we're gonna shove this underneath. And he always lets go, like, that's fully expected. Stop. Over there. Very careful commands to get his attention back to where it needs to be in the fastest way possible, but he always drops the pot once, so that's fine. He's doing well so far. Alright, Treeks, you ready? Here we go. Big pull, big pull. There you go. Good job. Beautiful. Now, for some reason, he loves this. I don't even know what it was that I just shoved underneath the door. It's an axle or like wheels or something. He loves that. So we got to get his attention away from it. Oh, I would just so much like to be on his head before I run out of opportunity. Don't leave, Trico. Thank you. Now I've got 2 eyeballs in this room. You coming? I'm gonna try to break one of them during the cutscene. I didn't get a very good run up to it, but yeah. That's alright. Oh, okay. Apparently it just won't break even if I do hit it. And he loves these pieces. We don't know why. We don't know how to make him stop loving these pieces. So we're just gonna chill here until Trico has decided he's had enough. That was very quick. Good job, buddy. He can get stuck there sometimes for upwards of a minute, just sniffing that glass. And there's nothing we can do about it. It's one of the few things that we still don't really understand. So there's an eyeball on top of this thing too, which means I need to get rid of it in order for him to progress. If you ever played the Last Guardian demo, we call this demo area because this is what was shown. Hey buddy, let's go. This thing is breaking underneath me. It's fine. I know where it's safe to stand. So just like I said before, this is not a cutscene. What's coming up here? This is a scripted event. Which means that it doesn't always happen the same way every time. Which means that it's entirely possible that it doesn't work. And I think that for casual players, that's often one of their biggest complaints. Like, you have these very cinematic moments like this that are sometimes ruined by, like, Trico just missing. Because he can totally drop you, and you will totally die. And have to do all of that again. Because it's not a cutscene, he's making those calculations within the context of the active game world. And so sometimes his AI can just, like, blank. So he sees the white tower, that's what he's going ham about here. And all this stuff you can see in the distance, we are eventually gonna go there. Which is a really cool thing about this game, the map is very interconnected. The thing that I'm on, once again, is breaking. He does kind of look like a hyena, doesn't he? I always call him a chicken dog and everybody gets upset. They're like, he's more like a cat. He's a chicken dog, okay? Now, if you would like to run The Last Guardian and you do not have 3.5 hours to run the any percent, there's a category for you that I created to make Last Guardian more accessible. And it ends right here. So if you are a heartless monster who decides that you are not going to save Trico during this little section, he will fall. And we call that bad ending. So for all of you soulless psychopaths out there who need a shorter category, bad ending is for you. Nice little cinematic thing there, but we are moving during the cutscene, of course. If you're a soulless psychopath for a completely different reason, then I think you would find yourself right at home with that category. Hey, I'm not gonna lie, I run it all the time, because it can be hard to find 3.5 hours to run the full any percent, so I run bad ending all the time. Is still not here, and I'm a little bit I'm just gonna trust that he's gonna be here by the time I'm done with this puzzle. Considering how much we just lagged, I'm assuming that he showed up. Hey, buddy. So he should have just taken care of that fight completely on his own. Because he is a smart boy. And it doesn't look like he got any spears from that fight. Looks like he finished that off pretty quickly. Cool. So he's looking at this. Obviously, this is going to make him upset. The intended way to solve this puzzle, you can see there's some broken out pieces of the glass. So the intended way is to get up onto that eyeball. Trico, I don't need a view of your butthole. Get up onto that eyeball, go through one of the holes onto the back of the eye, do some more climbing, go through the hole back to the front of the eye, do some more climbing, etc. It's a decently long puzzle. Hopefully, ideally, we're gonna skip basically all of it by standing in a place that we're not supposed to. Which is also the principle behind White Tower Skip, which we're not gonna get to see because of the category. That's true. That's true. He's kind of obsessed with his butthole, so that basically makes him a cat. Alright. That doesn't need to go down too far in order for us to make this jump. So we'll see how this skip goes. It's not an exaggeration to say, you know, the wind and all sorts of stuff can change whether or not you get this skip. Because you can see that this eyeball is moving as we're climbing on it. So basic things like whether the wind moves it in the middle of my jump will in fact determine whether we get to do this. So we're gonna stand here where we're not supposed to. Hey, first try. That was actually a really far jump. But yeah, we skipped. We just jumped from the beginning of the puzzle to the end, basically. And we don't have to do all the platforming. Now, Trico is cute. Trico is wonderful, but as much as I love Trico, I am not sure that I would actually do this for him. Would you do this if it meant that you could have a Trico of your own? Like, look how high we are. Also, there's the call out to Eco. There on the side, these hanging cages. If you've ever played Eco, there is also a section of hanging cages. You coming, buddy? Come on. Come on. So we could have gone a little bit lower to avoid that slow-mo that we got while falling onto his back. But honestly, like 50% of the time you die trying to go lower. So to me, it's worth it to take like the 1.5 seconds of slow-mo. Yeah, and we're honestly still decently low in this place. To be quite frank, we're gonna get a lot higher. Eyeball's gone, come on. Ooh, I love this so much. This is... Oh, this is awesome. This placement is fantastic. Cool. Yeah, I love that we're in the middle of his back. That saves so much time climbing up those legs. Not only possible, but easy to die while Trico is hopping across those pillars. Because the physics sometimes just kind of gets a little bit out of whack. Like, you're being flung around really fast, and eventually the momentum will just, like, rip you off of Trico's legs. Oh, farewell, Mort. I see that you're leaving. So we shimmied there instead of just walking, because there's a cutscene. And we shimmied around the trigger so that we didn't have to watch it. But Trico is now stuck on a pillar. He can't go anywhere, and we were gonna look back and be like, don't worry, Trico, I'll figure it out, you know, just hang in there. Let's see if we can figure out where Mort has gone while I simultaneously do a speed run. These guys are gonna start throwing spears at Trico, unfortunately, so we're gonna try to save him as fast as possible. Now what you're supposed to do is, across from Trico, there's a drawbridge that's still up. And you're supposed to, like, hop across to some scaffolding above it. And then, like, you'll just kind of hang there. And Trico will be like, oh no, my human, he's in trouble. And he'll hop across to the drawbridge and hang underneath you so you can drop to his back. But, hopefully, we're not going to be doing that because we're going to be doing drawbridge skip instead. Drawbridge skip is going to allow me to jump onto a singular little part of the drawbridge that we can stand on, even though we're not supposed to. And we're gonna finish the puzzle so fast that... Oof. Nice. Oh, beautiful. That was so perfect. We're gonna finish the puzzle so fast that this lever isn't actually gonna pull as fast as it should have. The game needed to spawn Trico on the drawbridge because I did it too fast for the game, basically. So it just respawned Trico closer to me because I was too far ahead. It's basically my favorite skip in the entire run. I love it so much. Because the alternative takes quite a while. I mean, if you get an unlucky drop and you land on Trico's tail, you could be spending like a minute total doing all of the cutscene and the climbing and all sorts. So now, Trico's just had a stressful day, and he's sitting outside of this room that I am in and saying, look, I'm not gonna move until you give me a schnack because I think I deserve it. And we're supposed to get this schnack up to him by throwing this barrel from platform to platform and then, like, scurrying over real quick before it rolls off. But as you can see, I just walked out. That's called barrel skip. There's a little fragment of architecture we can hook the boy's foot on to get him out in a way that's not intended. Also, I have no idea where Mort is, but I'll find him during a cutscene, I'm sure. He's thrown his flowers everywhere. There you go, Trico. Please eat that instead of missing. This is get for giving Mort a nice, big, fancy enclosure. He just vanishes into it. Alright. Trico's in. He feels better now that he's had a snack. For once, it's not sunny outside, and so I can actually see what I'm doing in this room instead of having to do it completely in the dark. You probably can't because it's really dark. But there were holes in the floor. I usually have to use a bunch of like reshaders and stuff to make it visible on stream because it's so dark. Honey. Good try. So that was a, hopefully, rare instance of Trico misinterpreting my command. He technically did what I asked, because I asked for him to jump. But he did not do it to the location that I wanted him to. He just kind of jumped in place. Okay, fine. Plop. Good enough. We got a checkpoint. Good enough. Trix, what are you doing? I get the impression that you're gonna be a little weird about this, eh? Well, okay. As long as you listen, buddy, I don't care what you do. Alright, come on. Let's go. Let's go, go, go. Every time we gotta try for it, but he basically never does it. Ooh, that was close. He was gearing up. There's a cutscene here, which we are gonna watch. It's this one. But every once in a blue moon, you can get him to just jump so fast that the cutscene doesn't start by the time that he's gone, and then it doesn't play. Which is very, very nice. It's now been more than a year since the last time I've had that happen, so it's definitely not something that you can count on. But it is possible. And coming up here, we're supposed to climb down Trico's back to his tail for the safe way down while he focuses on this eyeball. But, of course, you know. Speedrunners! And off we go. You can see where we just were. There's those hanging cages over in the background, so we've already made decent progress. So Trico's focused on this eyeball. All of this stuff that I'm doing is in an effort to get rid of this eyeball for Trico. And he's going to be hopping back and forth across these pillars. If we pace this entire section right with him hopping back and forth, you can see that he's going back to the drawbridge. If we pace everything exactly right, he should be on the closest pillar to the eyeball by the time that we drop the eyeball, and we'll be able to do a cool little trick. And you're definitely not supposed to be able to climb ropes and chains this fast. This is speed tech. The boy is not just absolutely going ham as part of the game design. Anytime the boy walks on something narrow, a ledge, a rope, whatever. He'll stick his arms out to the side to help him balance, and then he goes very slowly. I am going to trick him into not doing that and just straight up running across this rope. Which was a piece of speed tech that I found, boy, I don't know, 2 years ago or something at this point. As long as we keep up this cycle and we do not move to the left or right at all, he should just keep running. Trico should also be on his way back, hopefully. Ooh. Boy, come on. We have very limited time to do this. Hey, Treeks, don't leave. Don't leave, honey. Hey, Trico, 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 Trico. Hey, hey, don't leave. Don't leave. Don't leave. Thank you. Whee! Alright, that's why we wanted him to be on the pillar closest to us, so we could just get down to him and just move on. And that's called the Panda Plummet, named after Sancho Panda, another member of our community, and the current world record holder of Eco, who discovered that you could do that. But it has to be very carefully, like, paced. Otherwise, Trico will be on a different pillar, and then obviously you're not landing on him. White tower, out there in the distance. Still aiming for that. Trico will take this at his own pace. There's usually like a 15-ish second deviation from average in either direction, depending on how he feels that day. Sometimes he can go slow, sometimes he can go fast. So there's another eyeball over here. Good news is, once we take care of this eyeball, I can actually just leave this entire tower to Trico, and I'll go and see if I can find more. It's down below us a little bit. I'm gonna need you to not shout at me, okay? That's not helping. Come on. You ready? You ready? I'm trusting you. Cool. Like I said before, that's not a cutscene. That's a scripted event, so he definitely can miss. You can tell the difference because cutscenes are skippable, and scripted events are not. We're not going to be skipping the cutscenes because that's part of true ending, but... Come on, dude. Trico. That's weird. I've never really had him hang up there. Alright, so Trico's gonna take care of this. And while he does, I am going to stretch my legs, because I'm going to be obviously sitting for a while during this run, and I'm also going to see if I can find more. So, I will be right back. Watch, this will be the time that Trico, like, scrapes me off of his back, like a troll. Okay. We found Mort. He's over here. Trico did the tower well, it looked like. Schmack. So all of that progress. What a jerk. So we had made it decently far up, and then the Lady Trico just decided, nah. So we've got to make our way up once again, back to where we were. Hey, Trico. Hey, dude. He's fine. Well, he's okay. I guess he's not fine. Now, there is a skip here. If you notice these vines down on the left-hand side, we could try to jump to those. And because we are creative in this community, that is called vine skip. Just like the other vine skip that has nothing to do with these vines. But I am notorious for some reason, having bad luck with that. And I think we're probably just going to not. Because those vines are... The way that the game works is if you fall either at a certain velocity or for a certain distance, which is different from area to area, that's what it considers to be dying. And so sometimes there's a death plane, sometimes it has to do with how far you fall, etc. Here, it has to do with how far you fall. And it happens to be that those vines are exactly the same distance as what the game considers to be too far to fall before you die. So sometimes you jump to the vines and the game gives you credit for grabbing first and you're fine. Other times, even if you grab the vines and you like start to climb, it will still fade to black and you'll die. It just depends on what the game gives you credit for first. And if we should fail that, everything we just did we'll have to do again. So instead, we'll go like 5 seconds slower and not do that. I mean, I'll do like a half skip. I'll do it from the second jump that Trico does. Like from right here, I'll do it. Because then we're fine. The only difference is we would have done it from the top if we were doing the full vine skip. And here's another barrel skip. Again, you're supposed to, you know, throw these from platform to platform and stop them before they roll off. But again, we will just hook our feet up into a tiny little area and be done with the puzzle. The barrel skips are not only like movement dependent, but also camera dependent for some reason. Like the boy only realizes he can step in this area that he's not supposed to step in if the camera is in a certain place. Just kind of unusual, but... Oh, glorious! Look at that barrel placement! Beautiful. Trico should be able to reach that without me adjusting anything. That saves a lot of time. All physics. Like, we can encourage physics to do a good job, which is why I threw the barrel from where I did. But in the end, whether that barrel landed there or bounced around was all up to physics. So that was very lucky. And this is actually the room that we were in earlier on when we wedged the thing underneath the door to help Trico get through. So we've been here before. Difference is, now Trico's massive body has cracked a hole in the ceiling so we can get out this way instead. Alright, you ready, Treeks? I'm managing Trico, I'm managing Mort. We are having a time. And up here, you can't see them just yet. You can kind of see them over there. There's a new kind of armor. They're going to be armors that are holding small shields made out of those glass eyes. And so Trico, obviously very upset by the glass eyeballs. He is not going to be willing to fight for as long as those soldiers have the glass eye shields. So soldiers with shields are the automatic priority. Boy. And we need to get rid of them quickly. Weirdly enough, and I don't think that this was like part of what the developer intended, if Trico sees a soldier with a shield, and it actually, like, they get to keep the shield for long enough that Trico stops fighting, that will make him more pacifist for the rest of the speedrun. We don't know why that happens, and I don't think that that's supposed to happen. But pacifism from Trico looks like swinging at armors and missing, or swinging at armors and knocking them down but not actually exploding them, which obviously makes the fights take longer. So we definitely don't want that to happen, which means priority number one, always getting rid of these guys. And I'm actually... don't grab me! I wanted to try to knock one of these guys out of the window, but that's fine. So Trico's gonna take care of these fellas. And I'm gonna break that so that no other armor can come and grab it. Get him, buddy. Schmack. There you go. Good job. We done? Trico, I don't trust that we're done, honey. Trico, what are you upset about, dude? Oh, there is still a guy. There you go. That'll get him. Hey, Treeks, let's go. Yeah, that fight is always a little bit spooky. There have been multiple runners, myself included, who have lost a world record pace run to resetting because we thought the fight was over, and then it wasn't, and we had to, you know, redo the entire fight. And actually, so like I said before, Satsu was the one who held the world record for like years right after the game came out. Samurai was the first to beat Satsu and had that happen where he reset and the fight wasn't over, so he had to do it again. And then when I beat Samurai, I also, in my world record run, had the fight twice because I reset too early. It's such a nightmare. Oh, big yawn, Morty. Yawn it out. Yeah. Trico. He's a little bit battered, a little bit bruised. But we're making it work. I always feel so bad dropping that door on him because it's got spikes on the bottom. But he makes it through just fine. Whee! Oh, Treeks. He shifted toward me. That was not what I wanted. I was trying to land on his side so I could just drop to my feet. Alright, so here's another one of these jugs. Smells like his favorite schnackos. So until we get rid of this, he's not going to do anything except for sniff. I panicked for a second. Totally thought we were going to get stuck in like permafall there. Just get wedged into a corner. Alright, cool. So we've switched the tracks, which isn't really something that you would know you had to do unless you know, did this casually. Where you push this, you take it as far as you can, and you realize it doesn't go anywhere. It would have gone off to the right. So instead, we changed the tracks, and now it's going to go forward. I mean, hey, we did it. We dumped all of his goo into this puddle, so he's not focused on it anymore, but we're also down here too. So the cool thing about the way that this game works is that stuff, and you know, a lot of games work like this, stuff doesn't like exist when you're not looking at it, right? To help preserve resources. So we're going to use that to our advantage. As soon as Trico, hopefully, eventually, breaks this ceiling, Trico, that's your cue, buddy. Come on, Treeks, you can do it. Trico, there we go. As soon as he breaks that ceiling, I'm gonna stop looking at it. And we need his tail to fall down through the hole. Problem is, his tail can get caught in a lot of the, like, scaffolding stuff over there. So we're just simply not gonna look. Because if we don't look, that stuff, like, doesn't exist. And that means that there's nothing for Trico to get his tail stuck on. So we are just gonna look down at the water to, in essence, despawn that scaffolding stuff. And here's Trico's tail. Does that work every time? No. But it helps. And I could also stop these armors up here from even fighting me, but that's more of a task thing. Doing it well is more of a task thing. So we're not gonna worry about it. Alright, Trico's gonna take care of this fight, and then We're preemptively solving the puzzle after that, which is when he gets really upset that, again, we haven't been feeding him enough snacks. So he's gonna sit down and refuse to move until we feed him. So we're multitasking. We're each taking care of a puzzle. I wanted to do the cool thing of just stepping directly up onto the box. Called the Sancho step. Also Sancho Panda, same person who found the panda plummet. But, here we go. Here, Drakes. Please, for the love of God, don't knock that down into the hole. Very nice. You good? Let's go. His horns are growing back, if you didn't notice. They were broken at the beginning of the game, and now they're decently well back. Not quite 100%, but... So, next thing we're gonna do, there's a Coliseum up here. I mean, we're gonna have like a little scripted event and everything, but there is a Coliseum up here that has 4 armors in it. One of them has one of those eyeball shields. The way that it works is as soon as you touch down with the boy into the loading zone of that Coliseum, it starts spawning the armors from the back of the room toward the front, one by one. At least this is what we think. If you reset that checkpoint right as you start that load, you'll interrupt it loading the armors, and it will only load 1. Or sometimes, you know, depending on what frame you exited on, it might load 2. So we're gonna try to despawn 3 of the 4 armors in the Coliseum to make that fight a lot faster. First, we gotta do this real quick. Oh, Wizzy, you know it. Obviously, White Tower over here as well. We are getting closer. Hey, and we got Trico to grab. Which is actually really important. That's required for true ending. It's not required that you do that in any percent. I prefer to do it in any percent anyway because it gets you right up onto his back, but it's also very risky. As you can see, I landed on his back and then slid off and almost died, so... But yeah, White Tower over here. We're getting there. And here's the Coliseum. So hopefully we can interrupt this load and only spawn one of the 4 armors, which is not the one with the shield, which is even more helpful. Okay. That was basically immediately when I touched down. I see no reason why that shouldn't work. We've got... Yep, just the one. So there were supposed to be 3 others. We've only got this one. And this shield is laying neglected and unused. I'm gonna hop up onto this guy's back, try to knock him down before Trico gets in here. The boy can't really do much in the way of fighting, but he can do a little bit. Nice. Good job, Trico. Good job. Chill out. Calm it down. You cool. You good. You good. Very nice. Treeks, wait, what are you doing? Oh, you just had to do a little twirly whirl. I get you. I get you. Sometimes you just gotta have a flair for the dramatic. So not getting Colo glitch isn't like the worst. For you, the viewer, you have to sit here and listen to the fight music. Because the game doesn't think the fight is over, right? There's supposed to be 4 armors, and we only took care of 1. So the game is like, hey yo, you're still in the fight, there's still 3 armors. So until we reset again, we will have this fight music. Thankfully, for your own sanity, it won't be very long. But, like, hypothetically, if you never reset again, you could have this music for, like, the rest of the game. Ooh, that was actually suspiciously low, but thanks, Trico. We'll reset here shortly, and then the music will go away. But nice Coliseum. That went fairly well. We're heading into water puzzles if Trico will ever come out here. Trico, dude. I like to look down there just in case Trico has pooped. Because if we could have gotten poop right now, we would have a new poop % world record. And ain't nobody can say no to that. Oh yeah, it does. It does look like Mort. It's really rocking that style. Oh yeah, we got poop % for sure. Originally, we were gonna have it where you get, like, timing stops when you get the trophy for getting Trico to poop. But then we realized, like, if you're running on a profile that already has that trophy, that's kind of like, we don't want you to run on a new profile every time. So now you have to actually go and pick up the poop. That's when timing stops, when the boy picks up the poop. Jiggling it is not required, but is encouraged. So, like, if he had pooped there, I absolutely would have hopped back down to go get it. Yeah, I mean, Trico can poop. Most people don't know that because he almost never does, but he can poop, so you just wait for him to poop and then you go pick up his poopies. I have said the word poop more in the last minute than I have in the last, like, year. And for the same reason that I'm, like, hiding behind this pillar. This whole area that we're in, from the Colosseum through to the end of the water puzzles, is, like, a hotbed for him to poop. So I try to, like, stay out of his line of sight and see if I can create a poop. Guess you're just pooping off. And yeah, like, it's fun and memey, and you don't, like, run poop % on purpose, because there's nothing you can do to make him do it. But, you know, in the course of other runs, sometimes you get poops. And I will have you know that my current world record for poop % was gotten at a really, really long-a-thon. The most recent... No, stop. The most recent poop that has been gotten in the last Guardian community was gotten at really, really long-a-thon. Y'all are just lucky. These puzzles often give casual players problems because it's difficult to, like, understand what you're supposed to be doing. No, Trico, let me off. Let me off, Trico. Because it's not clear that by opening the gate up here, you're also opening a gate, like, way down in the water. So I think a lot of people have problems with these puzzles, but in the context of a speedrun, they're very consistent. Trixie didn't poop for us. The poop streak has been broken. Necessarily true. Like, just because he poops here most often doesn't mean that we can't get it anywhere else. Let us root for #blessed poops for the rest of the run. White Tower is another pretty common place, so we'll see. I say pretty common as if we can in any way count on that, when in fact, you know, we're doing plat percent or whatever, and there's just no guarantee that we're even going to be able to complete that run because of the poop. And it hasn't happened to me yet, but I know that it's just a matter of time until I do an 11-hour platinum percent and then don't get the poop. Yeah, that's actually an interesting thought, right? Because we're not sure if more food helps. He does tend to poop more in all barrels runs, but we're not sure if it's because of the actual barrels or because you're just spending a lot more time, like, with him instead of, like, constantly just forcing him on fast. So we don't know. We've done a lot of testing and we have found absolutely nothing. Because there's 48 barrels in an all barrels run. So that's 48 opportunities for you to stand there and for him to have a chance to, like, rest and do interactive things. So Trico's gone. Big boy kind of forgot that he has big lungs and we don't. So we're gonna solve this next section completely on our own. This whole area is definitely a run killer. This is Cage Puzzle. It's a lot of physics that we can't really control. So we'll see how it goes. Plus, it's like Trico as well. Like, Trico plus physics, and that's what your speedrun is counting on, and you know that that can be a catastrophe. But it is what it is. It's not like we can complain about it, because there's nothing we can do to change it. We can just hope Trico is a good boy. But first we need to find him. And there's lots of small little optimizations to movement that we can do in this section. I'm not going to do all of them. Because, again, like, as with any speedrun, we know a lot of things that are faster that we would never do in an actual run. Like, those are reserved for the task. And when I say TAS, of course, this is a PS4 game. You can't really TAS a PS4 game. What I mean is a segmented run. I spent years putting together a segmented run that we now update once a year. And so that's the kind of place that you would find those movement optimizations. Trico feathers down there that we just ran past. And a tail. Just trying to find our friendo who callously abandoned us. There's a foot up here as well. But alas, this is not our Trico. This is the angry one. This is the one that smacked us in the face not that long ago and sent us all the way back down. I don't know what she was just looking at, but I am not going to complain. She did not even remotely care to come after me. So we skipped a big chunk of the puzzle already by having her distracted like that. Good cycling so far. Yeah, she's out of our way. So you barely even got to see her. Normally it's this big epic fight where like she's like clawing at you and throwing you against walls and you're like tiptoeing across across ropes and stuff to to get away from her. And there she is. Cool. So that's sort of the end of that confrontation. That went very quickly. And it could have gone faster. Again, you know, we could have whipped out some task strats, but that was still very fast for just like a standard run. Let us get the heck out of here. Oh, she's being a little slow. Again, scripted event, not cutscene. She did that slowly. What are you doing with your ear, honey? There you go. It wasn't working for a second, was it? So her horns, you can't really see from this angle, but her horns are resonating with this noise that she's hearing. So off she goes. And this section is on a timer, so there's not really much we can do. Well, I mean, there's nothing we can do. We just have to let the timer run down. Because the narrator wants to say, it seems like I waited for an eternity. So, in order to have that be justified, we do actually kind of have to wait for an eternity. So whether I move, whether I don't move, doesn't matter. We shall just be here. Mort is sleeping contentedly once again, which is nice. So you can see we're trapped in this cage now. This is obviously what makes cage puzzle hard. It says reconnection successful. Is this the truth? I waited for what seemed an eternity. I mean, this entire chunk is not much happening anyway, so this is fine. Here, hold on. Well. So let me, I suppose. Oh, are we coming back? Seems like we're back. Cool. Yeah. Seems like everything's fine. Nice. I don't know what that was. Maybe it was just like my internet or something. Going a little bonkers for a second. Of Trico. Hello. Of all the times for that to happen, that was like perfect because nothing was happening. We were still on the timer for the cage, and then all it said was we waited for an eternity. I woke up, and now we're here. Like, nothing happened. So, cool. Trico, he's here! Also, by the way, to be at 158, having watched all the cutscenes so far, we are going really fast. Like, this is super fast. We're looking for basically 2 hours at Cage. Trico, don't stand in the way, honey. Move, 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 move. This is a yikes from me, dog. Alrighty, the physics. I had to say something, didn't I? I just had to say, oh, look at how good we're doing. Right before Cage. Hi, Trico. I know, you just want pets. I missed you too. Alright. Let's go, buddy. I need you to be real good at this. You can do this, my man. Oh, this is gonna go so badly. Come on, push, 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 push. Oh, okay. What? Don't roll backwards. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Oh, this puzzle is the worst. Oh, this was glorious. That was perfect. I couldn't have asked for a better cage puzzle. What? Trico pushed us like perfectly lined up straight when he pushed us onto the ledge. We didn't spin. That was beautiful. I mean, we're not done, but still. Trico did such a good job. One of the most frustrating things, and why I say that that place is a run killer, is because sometimes Trico will like push you, and instead of pushing you up, he'll just keep jamming you sideways, so you never make it up onto the ledge and you just end up in a corner. Now, I know that when Yuzu... I think it was during the Tricofecta, when Yuzu just ran this, she got a perfect hole-in-one here, which beat the TAS. So I don't think that we're gonna get quite that lucky, but... I mean, that would be awesome. I mean... That was still alright. I don't necessarily like where I am at the moment, but we'll swing it. So a hole-in-one, right, is where you just land over there where you're supposed to be. We just gotta kind of rock the boat here. And eventually we're gonna be able to get in here. It's not a good place because, as you can see, we lose a lot of momentum. But, hey Treeks, can you actually push me? Would you feel alright pushing me, buddy? Okay, I'll take that as a no. Let's just launch again. It's more annoying because Trico's here, but that's fine. Whoa! This could be very good or very bad. We'll see. Alright, we are going with very bad. Yeah, we literally got put in a place where we can't roll. Oh, Cage was going so well! Oh well. Oh, this looks good. This is workable. Yeah, someone did... come on, are we really not gonna roll? Someone did take a clip. It was called, like... what was it called? Like, Boiger Woods hole-in-one at the Trico Open or something, it was called. So, that took longer than it needed to, but that's alright. What can you do? Physics is physics. Once Trico starts doing his next little thing, I have that clip on hand, if I'm allowed to post links in the chat. So Trico's sitting down again. Like, that's why we're doing everything we're doing. He's sitting down and he wants food. And there's food down here, so... We're putting the helmet back on that guy so that he wakes up. He's gonna do his Naruto shenanigans. And we just... Barrel skip number 3, we just step up where we're not supposed to. Alright, while we're heading back up, let me snag that link. Yeah. Because it's in the Team Eco Discord. Here we go. Cool. Yeah, it was glorious. We always are hoping for that, but we as the player don't actually control where the cage goes. It just kind of gets launched however it wants to get launched, so... We've now had 2 runners get... no, 3 runners get hole-in-one. Me, Yuzu, and Samurai. And it, like, doesn't actually save that much time, but it's, like, super swaggy. And it does save some time. Yeah, exactly. So it like, clipped the ledge. Like, almost in danger of falling backwards. And then you just die. But that caused it to change directions pretty sharply. Usually the way that you get a hole-in-one is you hit the right-hand side of the other cage that's there, and it just kind of pops you off to the side. Which is what I was kind of hoping for with that very first launch that we got, where we got stuck in the middle. Fare thee well, Mort. I see that you're off on an adventure. Treeks, honey, you got this. It's right here. Alright, we're up here with Trico. I'm out of the cage. Hey, stop. So Trico wants to sniff and smell, and for Pete's sake, he wants to keep showing his butthole. The camera just defaults to the butthole. But we're getting him out of here as fast as possible, because otherwise he'll get super distracted. Oh, we were inside Trico for a second. He's just a tube of air, it turns out. Treeks, let's go. We got places to be. Cage puzzle was not your fault, but let's go. So over there, White Tower, we're finally getting there. And we are actually going to solve it as intended. In both the Tricofecta and the All Barrels, you probably saw Yuzu do White Tower skip, which is one of the most substantial skips in the run. But True Ending does not allow you to do that because we are trying to see as much of the game as possible. So we will go around the back of the White Tower. And that will take an extra couple minutes. I cannot get past the seam in his neck. Alright. Well, what's that game where... Like, I always wondered if it would be possible to make a model with the anatomy inside of it. What's the game where you, like, shoot people and you can see, like, the damage that it does, right? Because that's kind of similar. Also, that was beautiful. Stuck by a door. We're gonna go open that for him. And then we're gonna have a long cutscene. But it is probably my favorite. This whole section of the game for storytelling is just so well done. And this is the area that I always look forward to when we're doing True Ending and we get to see the cutscenes. Hi, buddy. So again, we're gonna zip Trico to us. Hello, butthole. That's fine for me to be caught. Honestly, ooh, it's less fine that Trico kicked me that way. Go, 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 go. Ooh, we made it. I'm trying to stand in very specific spots during these cages. Remember what happened last time? We were in a cage like this. Got launched again. Just straight up nommed. But this time, where we would usually skip this cutscene in any percent, we will watch it in True Ending. And this is going to be a very thorough explanation of how we ended up where we are. Everything that we saw in the previous cutscene when Trico ate me was just kind of flashbacks of this more like comprehensive cutscene. So there's a Trico creeping. And you'll notice that he has real big wings and everything in this variety. Hi. Like, I think, we're not really sure. I think that he, like, changed the boy's eyes to, like, mind control him so that he wouldn't scream, right? So he would just accept being eaten and it was no problem. Cat dog, griffin, weasel thing. I don't know how he still has feathers. Like, look at the feathers just flying everywhere. So here's this poor Trico. He's got a spear in his leg. He's got a spear in his shoulder. And we've seen that there's more than one Trico. But this one is hurt. Keep some of your feathers, dude. So we got picked up in the middle of the night by a Trico. So glad this game was on PS4. It was originally going to be on PS3 and then it got super delayed for like 8 years. Just like lighting and stuff like this is a lot more nuanced on the PS4. So you can see a signal being sent out from the top of the White Tower. Struck by lightning. Piece of his tail went flying off. Which you can see, you could see off to the right. Yeah, no, it for sure is amazing that it came out at all. I was afraid it was just going to be stuck in development hell forever. Broken horns now. Busted up wings. Missing piece of his tail. We've got the Yoroi, the armor, taking this Trico and putting him down here. Presumably because his horns are broken, and it seems like the horns are how that tower, like, communicates with them. So he's kind of like a rogue agent right now because the tower can't talk to him because his horns are busted. Could also be, you can also interpret it that his armor is broken, and so the same thing happens, like his helmet is broken. And that's us. Horn antennas, exactly. So that's how we got that set of tattoos. It seems being in his belly was enough to have that happen. And that's why every time that he eats us during the game, we come out with more tattoos. We also get more tattoos, fun fact, by being captured by armor. Every time you get picked up by an armor, you get more tattoos. So at the end of the game, if you're familiar with what you typically look like, you can tell whether somebody got caught a lot throughout the game by how many tattoos the boy has. So this, we have to watch in every category. Like, we have to watch this in any percent as well, because this is now a scripted event, not a cutscene. Which, this is what I was talking about earlier in the run, where, like, my world record was being compared to the former world record, and we were neck and neck coming into this, and then I came out of this scripted event ahead, because my Trico just happened to be faster. But this really is just a lovely section, so we're not really going to get too much of a break again until the end of the game, so I'm going to go stretch my legs one more time while Trico tries desperately to figure out how to solve this problem of his little buddy not getting up anymore. There, I gave more to Blueberry as well. Because Mort's been doing a good job of hanging out. So he gets some snacks as well. Just simply cannot figure out why he can't wake us up. Like, we've been fine every other time he's eaten us, but now we're just not getting up. And he's trying everything he can think of. Finally, drowning works. Thanks, buddy, for putting me face down in the water. And he does this cute little, like, happy dance thing. We don't really get to see it. But he's very happy that we're okay. Alright, onwards and upwards. We are done with that little section, and it's on to the White Tower. Like I said before, we're not going to do White Tower skip, but... Whoa! What was that? I mean, that was a super bounce, is what it was, but... Trico, you troll, did you see that? Just pulling up his leg right at the last moment. Come on, dude. Don't you dare get down now that I'm up here, alright? Just wait like 3 seconds. Alright. Oh yeah, no, this kid is made of jelly. He is made of absolute jelly and nothing hurts him whatsoever. So I'm gonna stand here, continually trying to launch myself off of this rock to do mind skip, which for the longest time we weren't even sure was possible, but I mean, why not? Because we literally just have to stand here and wait anyway. So we might as well be trying. And the boy is like reaching. He's doing alright. But mostly we're just waiting for Trico. He's gonna come in here and get us up here. Come on, Treeks. Keep going. Little Shadow the Colossus lizards all over the place as well. Another little homage to that game. We've got the lizards. The vines that you climb are the same. No silver-tailed ones, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm asking Trico to come into this teeny tiny little tunnel. Poor guy. He's coming. Squeeze your way through, my dude. Oh, I'm so surprised. Surely nothing like that could have ever been predicted. We're not going to look back, but if we did look back on this pile of rocks that's on top of Trico, we would see that the rocks are moving. Like, he's breathing. You can see kind of at my feet there. So he's okay. He's just not feeling great, obviously. Got some armors. We've also got White Tower right there, which is where we've been trying to go for the entire game. Alright, and we get a little bit of chugging, which lets me know that it worked. Eh! Actually got that guy off the ledge. Trico, that's like the worst possible position you could have put that guy in. Trico is really bad at this fight, and I don't know why. Man, this guy is just not getting up. But I can't pull his helmet because he's right on the edge. Bye, I guess. Oh, I'm in trouble. Trico was gonna get me. You good, dude? No, there's still a dude. Trix, I'm gonna need you to get your act together, please. I still don't think you got that guy. What are you waiting for? Thank you. Hey. Hi. Yeah, he is super temperamental with that fight, and I do not know why. We're gonna take care of our good Trico. Get this spear out. He's shouting at White Tower. And normally over there where you can see those two eyeballs way in the distance, that's where we would do White Tower skip. Since we are not doing that, we will do this puzzle as intended. But the principle of it is that we need to be on the top of the bridge, and we're not going to be able to make the jump across to the top of the bridge. So for White Tower skip, you stand somewhere you're not supposed to be, and you basically jump from the bottom to the top straight up, instead of going all the way around the White Tower like we're going to. Oh, such a good run. That was really nice. Running during that cutscene, all of the controls are like rotated 90 degrees. So like going right means pushing up or whatever. And it gets very confusing, so it's hard to run across that bridge during the cutscene. Alright, no White Tower skip for us. Because that's the rules of the category. So we're gonna do this as intended. We would, if we had done White Tower skip and we had gotten it on the first try, we would already be at the top. So it really is a very powerful skip in terms of the any percent time. Every now and then it's nice to actually just, you know, do the game like you're supposed to. That's a little bit spooky though, because for some reason these ledges on White Tower, I don't know if it is intentional or what, they feel slippery. And the reason that they feel slippery is because their, how do I describe it? Their collision is not the same as their visual texture. So there is some like visual aspects of them that stick out further than the collision, which means that you can technically be standing on what looks like a platform and then just like fall through the edge of it because it doesn't actually exist. And that can get kind of stressful when it comes to making your way around this tower. It's very easy to die. Alright, that step up was very helpful. That jump is kind of one of the spooky ones. But I feel like that went really well, so we're not quite done, but we are done with the particularly dangerous parts. And all of this would be skipped with White Tower skip. Which is why, like, even if you fail White Tower on the first, or even like the fourth try, it's still worth it to just keep trying instead of doing all of this. That being said, if you want to run the Last Guardian, White Tower skip is basically the last thing you add to your run. So the run is very accessible, even without worrying about doing that skip. Had a little butterfly following us there, which you may have noticed throughout the game. Sometimes we're followed by butterflies real quick. That's indicating that there's a barrel nearby. And there is. It's one of the worst ones in the game. An absolute run killer for all barrels. One butterfly says that it's like kind of around. 3 butterflies says you're right next to it. So it kind of helps you with locating barrels. Right here is where we would end up if we did White Tower skip. So we've joined the timelines. And as you can see, that's a lot of dudes. Like, a lot of dudes. And they have the eyeball shields. All this stuff on my screen that I would normally have to, like, mash to get rid of so I can control the boy again. There's just too much. No matter how much you mash, you can't get rid of it. So I'm trapped. Get me, bro. I dare ya. My chicken weasel's gonna show you who's boss. And so Trico overcomes his fear. He values me more than he's afraid of the eyeballs. He's also wrecking everything, which is par for the course for him, but you know. We got wingdings! Trico's got wings, they're just not very good. to be fair, he did get struck by lightning. You can't blame him too much for having busted up wings. That reset gets us off his back. What we're supposed to do here is hop across these little gargoyles, which are shaped like Tricos, by the way. And one of them will break and land us on Trico's, like, either his thigh or his butt. But we're speedrunners, right? Yoink, right onto his head. Oh, I knew it was gonna happen! Okay, I'm actually gonna just take the risk that this checkpointed. I was gonna explain as well, it didn't, that jumping into walls in this game is like the boy is a bouncy ball. So I don't know, like you can see I bounced there again. I don't know why sometimes you just get yeeted out like super far, but whatever. I love that we did the skip, like we did the hard part, and then the game was like, but what about no though? Because the hard part obviously is like spacing that out so that you land on his head, right? Howdy. And as always, he can drop you. I find that this is the second most common location for people to be dropped. Casual players and speedrunners. The first was back by the Panda Plummet. Pretty sure my neck is broken after that, but I mean, I would not have made it this far if I wasn't some kind of demigod, so. So yeah, we were trying to get to the White Tower. Trico just absolutely obliterated the only bridge to White Tower, so thanks, buddy. It's big brain time. Let's see if we can do this. This is simply called The Thing! Hey, nice. That was the thing. You're welcome. Normally we would stand up like by Trico and grab onto him as he's about to hop down. The Thing gets us down here, and by extension him down here, much faster. We really are just the most creative namers of tricks in this community. So all of this is very precise. Most people don't even know that this is possible. Trico's supposed to hop down these pillars one by one, but with the command that I gave him, he's just gonna fly and skip that entire little puzzle. And it seems like we skipped his little shouty tantrum there, which is nice. Oh man, Trico, you are blazing, my dude. Look at you go. Are you gonna make this jump too? Dude. Trico is on a roll. Do you feel bad about Cage Puzzle, Trico? Even though that wasn't your fault? This is my favorite part of the game. Don't judge me. I'm preemptively taking care of this because obviously Trico's going to be upset by this later. Morty, you found your blueberry, dude. I looked over and I was like, why is Morty ripping something apart? Just the blueberry. And Trico's already out here. What is happening? He's going so fast. Yeah, so everyone judges me that this is my favorite part of the game because Trico's getting hurt. But, like, if you play this casually and you're super invested in Trico, like, this is just such an excellent way to, like, make you even more invested, you know? You're, like, super committed to, like, get off my Trico, don't hurt my Trico! And it's really, like, emotional and stressful in the best kind of way. I think it's really good game design. Ooh, okay, we made it through that. This part's always a little bit spooky. Gotta get through the Trico legs. Ooh, nice. Very nice. Excellent. So by getting through the Trico's legs like that, without getting pulled down with them, we skip an entire little puzzle of climbing on the other Trico and, like, getting up a chain and stuff to get up here. And we just end up right here anyway. Ooh, I don't like this. I'm gonna go for it anyway. That was probably stupid. Where am I? Am I okay? I must still be alive. And that's what matters. What I just did there was super, super risky. As soon as that cutscene starts, where it, like, zooms out so you can watch the minecart hit her in the head and, like, break her horn and everything, the boy no longer has the ability to grab. So if he lands on Trico anywhere that doesn't just land flat, he's just gonna slide off and die. And we're gonna have to do that little fight bit again. So I went for it anyway, knowing that I wouldn't be able to grab. And thankfully the trajectory was very good and we just landed. Oh look! This thing! Did you forget about it? So now we've got butt lasers back, which is cool for the purposes of solving puzzles. Not so cool because I haven't really talked about this yet, but everything is the circle button. So, like, picking up barrels, picking up helmets, grabbing helmets on armor, petting Trico, using the mirror, all of that is a circle button. So getting the mirror back and just having one more thing that circle button can do is kind of a nightmare as far as speedrunners are concerned, and you'll see that when we get to some of the final stuff that we're doing in this run. There's going to be a lot of times when I just do completely nonsensical things because it decided that the circle button was something else at that point. But for right now, what we need is to give Trico some snacks, because he is very much not feeling good. As I said before, if you don't look at it, it doesn't exist. So we looked away from this debris so that the majority of it despawned. And no matter where you are in the game, as long as you land on Trico, you'll never take fall damage. What I am concerned about is I don't see any spears in Trico. And of course, he's a good boy, and we don't ever want to see spears in him. But as a speedrunner, not a big fan of that. Because the game is going to use this as an opportunity to do a spear check. And we do not want the boy to say, hold on, Trico, I'll pull it out. Because that means that the game has deemed that Trico has too many spears in him. Problem is, right now, he's laying on all of them, so I can't take them out. Which means we'll have to reset this entire thing if it decides that we don't pass that check. So far, we're looking okay, but I'm not going to feel good about it until we get the camera pan. Art is also around. He just walked behind his flowers real quick. I can see him moving. Trix, let's just get out of this section before it decides you have too many spears. Camera pan. Oh, beautiful. Fantastic. But yeah, here's Mort. Or at least his butt. That's all we can see for right now. So we are entering into Pink Sky, which is considered to be endgame. And the cutscene that plays here will actually be a little bit different depending on what you do while helping Trico. Like if you climb on the train carts instead of shooting them with lightning like I did, the boy will get knocked out by the force of the carts falling, and you'll get a completely different little scene there. Alright, Trico, we're almost there. So once again, she knocked us down because she's just such a troll. But getting back up shouldn't be too big of a deal. And in fact, Trico will do the vast majority of this on his own. Because he's a smart boy. Is he actually going to do this? Is he listening to me for once? No, of course not. He always does these twirly whirls. Like, he knows where he's supposed to go. But he just has to do a couple spinnies first. Earlier, before we gave him the barrels, I very quickly, and without saying anything, shot both of the armors that would have been attacking him on the way up here. Because it's faster to spend the time early to destroy them than it is to, you know, have Trico get up here, get angry, destroy them, calm him down, and then, like, keep going. So yeah, we spend more time than we have to early to get rid of them, but it saves time in the long run. Because he, didn't even know that those armors existed. Look at me. Look, look. Spin around. Spin around. There you go. This part only, he won't shoot if his butt is facing you. I don't know why. So his head has to be facing us. You'll also see that his lightning is a bit different now. Finally, his tail is fully healed. Because remember, it got blasted off when he got struck by lightning? So he did used to shoot like a stream of lightning, and now he shoots plasma balls. One more cage, buddy. You know what happens in these. So every other time that we've been in a cage with him, he's eaten us. And yet we still keep walking into these things. So he's finally, once again, overcome his fears, stood up to the cage, showed it who was boss. Alright, can you do this, Trico? Is this gonna be good, or is this gonna be a nightmare? You got this, buddy. Keep coming. Come on. Okay, stop, 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 stop. Thank you. Alright, that... No. See? Circle button. Perfect example. Circle button is use the mirror, but it is also pet Trico, and so the boy ran over to pet Trico, which is unfortunate. Stay still, Treeks. None of these are things that we need to be doing right now, but it's very advantageous to do them now. But I need Trico to chill and stop walking around. Doing early mirrors like this is really, really challenging. And like, look at this one, all like sideways. This is a yikes for me, dog. Come on, Treeks, one more. You got this, dude. Quickly, before it spins. Trico, come on! Trico, shoot! Shoot, 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 shoot! See, it keeps unfocusing because it's spinning. Come on, shoot! Oof, thank you. Beautiful. So the reason we want to do those early, because we could have gotten like right up next to those and then done them, and then we wouldn't have had that problem. The reason we do them early is because once we get over there, it's going to be really, really easy to die. And the checkpoints are super unforgiving at this point in the game. So if we die, we would have to do all of those eyeballs again. Whereas if we do them here, they're considered done as part of the next checkpoint that we do. And so we're like just straight up done. And that security is worth it. Plus it's like swaggy and cool to do them from a far distance, or to do them without being able to see. There's White Tower. We're actually kind of almost there. Almost, Trico. We're almost there. Come on. Over here. So earlier, when we were at White Tower, if you recall, Trico so bravely saved me, but in the process he destroyed the bridge. So we can't really get to White Tower anymore. Which means we need to make a bridge in order to get over there, because it's over there, all busted up. And that's what we're going to be spending our time in this Two Towers section doing. This section is meant to be like your final platforming challenge with Trico. How much have you learned, you know, throughout the entire game? Because we're going to be asking him to do some really tightly controlled stuff. Principles before, these are armors that we would have to deal with like way later. But if we can deal with them now, they get counted as part of this checkpoint that doesn't need to be done again. And Trico never knows they exist, so he doesn't get angry. What you doing, my guy? Trico? Thank you. So here's all the eyeballs. As you can see, we could have shot them from a lot closer. And yeah, of course, as I say wrap up, to me it feels like we're wrapping up, but we've still got a ways. As we wrap up, in quotes, Last Guardian, somebody just popped the donation URL in chat. Don't forget to check it out. Oh, I should have checked, like, if the ACLU has specific colors or something. I could have painted Trico. When we do charity runs, I'm saying as in me and Trico, I try to paint Trico in the colors of the charity. The ACLU is charity slash activist, like, you know what I mean. They're very active. Whew, okay. That was the bad jump. That was the jump where you die. So, we should be good. And goodbye. Thank you for nothing. I don't mind if he jumps back down. Like, honestly, his AI is better when he hops back up than it is if he just stays there. Yes, perfect summary. The ACLU is a civil rights organization that has lawyers who fight for civil rights in the courts. Supposed to do. He's just working himself up for it. His wings don't work the greatest. Okay. We made it. It was a little rough, wasn't it, Treeks? Come on, come on. We got places to go. You got this, dude. Yep, there you go. Considering the tight spaces that we're working in and the average Trico, our Trico is doing really well. I'm very proud of him. And I wish that I was playing on a profile Or I could give him his little badge. I don't think I can I? Oh, I can! Yes! Okay. There. Now he has a badge around his neck. You'll be able to see it sometimes. Called the Badge of Honor that says, Trico, you're a good boy. It does literally nothing except for just look cute, but... Again, Trico's doing exactly what I want him to do. It just looks like he's completely ignoring me. He's just gotta take a minute to prepare. These are big jumps we're asking of him. He's just really not good at it. Hey, Trico. Yeah, I know that you're looking- look at his eyes, that's just so beautiful. I know that you're looking through the wall at something in the distance, and I'd rather you didn't. You know? There is an armor up here, and we could choose to shoot it from where we are now. Much, much more often than not, that causes more problems than it does, you know, let us be fast. So, we're just doing it this way. The way you're supposed to. Trico, I'm gonna need you to chill. Thank you. Alright. Alright. Up and up we go. We're almost level with the top of the White Tower. And all these places down here are places we've been before. Alright, so let's start building that bridge. Because Trico destroyed the other one. And also, I think Mort is just straight up asleep now. Considering that this was a multi-hour run, I'm very proud of him for how much he hung out. But all you get to see now is his little stripy tail up there on the camera. Alright, one half of a bridge. This part's always a little spooky. It's definitely one of those scenarios where, like, you can land on Trico and not actually catch me! Thanks! A lot of times you'll land on Trico's head or back, and the auto grab, like, won't work, and so you just slide off and die. And again, the checkpoints are super unforgiving at this stage, so you end up having to do all of that tower climbing and stuff again. Well, I'll take it. I'm on the floor, that's what matters. Alright, we are almost there. Once we complete this bridge, to me as the runner, it feels like the game is over in like 5 minutes. It's longer than that, but to me, I just have so much to focus on that it just goes really, really fast. Things get incredibly complex incredibly quickly. Still no poops though, which makes me very sad. But we are almost at White Tower. So we still have... There's still hope. Alright, come on, Trico. Catch me! Don't go in, go out. Thanks. Nice. You ready? Here we go. Also, still doing very well here. A good goal for an any percent is to reach 3 hours when you're doing this, when you're on the way to White Tower, like doing this glide. So to only be 3 hours at 8 minutes on a true ending where we've watched multiple, like, 5-minute cutscenes, that's very nice. This would have been a banger any percent. Trix, what are you looking at, dude? Let me off. Let me off this crazy ride. Sit. So yeah, we have a lot of things to think about here. About how to do these fights. There are people with shields. I need to keep track of who Trico is killing and who he's just knocking down. Trying to keep him out of the line of the mirror so that we don't have to keep charging it more than is necessary. Yeah, like this guy's down. Oh, no, of course he got up before I could pull his head off. These are really big fights where it takes a lot of strategy in order to do them quickly. And Trico is just not doing a good job, let's be real. Sit down. Okay, Trico's got some guys still up here, but I need to start getting down here because this guy has a shield. And we're going to use that strategy multiple times for the rest of the speedrun. We know which doors the guys with the shields come out of. And so I am going to be standing in front of those doors to, like, spook them as they come out. And they'll be like, oh, what's going on? And they'll drop their shield inside the door. And then the door will close so they can't go back and get it. And we got losing their minds. Nice. I needed one helmet pull. Losing their minds is a trophy for pulling either 10 or 20, I don't remember, helmets off of soldiers. Ooh, can we get a double shot here? Ah, not quite. That's cool. Well, it got one of them, just not the one that I intended. Which is fine. As you can see, everything is the circle button. Pretty unusual, honestly, for me to finish with these scaffolds being the things that are left, but that's fine. Yeah, Trico's already chill. So our next skip should work. What we're supposed to do is bring Trico into this room with an elevator, and we have to activate every, like, piece of the elevator in order to get the door to open. And so we're supposed to put Trico into that room, drag his tail through a hole in the floor so that we can, like, go down below the floor using his tail. Instead, I'm gonna try to leave Trico as far behind as possible and just jump down to do elevator skip. But that does require that the fight out front is done. So hopefully, Trico, camera, please move. Yeah, hopefully Trico wasn't lying when he said that he was calmed down. Alright, we're in here. We're cool. So these armors are standing in front of plinths where I need to put the mirror, like I just did to open that door, in order to turn on the elevator. Which means I need to wake these guys up, need to get them out from in front of these things. Really? I'm gonna start by waking 4 of them up. There's 6 total. And hopefully we can count on a little bit of good physics here. We want these guys to blow up and throw their helmets sideways into the armors that don't currently have helmets. I think that at least one of them got. Yeah. Nice. So that's entirely up to the game, right? Like... Yep, and then this guy woke up. So, like, what direction it throws the helmets, all of that is entirely up to the game. But that's all armor's dead, and I will not complain about that. It took a couple more cycles than, like, perfect, but that's slightly better than average. What we got. And we're Trico's tail back up, but again, that's just kind of a pain in the butt. So we're gonna use my favorite checkpoint reset in the game. This one is like an Uber teleport. We're just up here. Alright, biggest fight in the game coming up. 3 phases, if we're lucky. Sometimes it only does 2, and we don't know why, and sometimes it gives you like 4, and we don't know why. So hopefully only 3 phases. We got people on like a ridge up where we have a hard time hitting them. Multiple guys with shields, holes in the floor. I lost a world record any percent to Trico pushing me into one of these holes in the floor. And what was really sad was that I was like, oh, okay, bye. I was like 3 minutes and 10 seconds or something ahead of world record pace. And when Trico pushed me through the hole in the floor, we lost 3 minutes and 15 seconds. I was less than 10 seconds from the world record. It was very, very sad. But hey, we got there eventually. Is this other fella? Alright, I guess I'll help with this one. You got him, Trico? I don't believe that you do. Yeah, I didn't think you did. Alright, behind us is gonna be, yep, this guy. So that's one shield. Hopefully that lightning just there also broke the shield inside the door. That. Circle button, please. What? Circle button. Come on. Way I can tell where this guy is. We're just gonna say no to that. Oh, this guy's already out. We started the phase early. That's not really what I like to see. Get him, Treeks. Trico, I need you to get him right now. Dude, Trico! Trico! What are you doing? Thank you for the help, you useless feathery weasel. Completely useless, this guy. On the bright side, it seems like the other guy across from us that should have had a shield didn't, which can happen occasionally and was very advantageous for us in that particular situation. Because the worst thing that can happen is Trico gets like perma stuck between two people who have shields on opposite sides of the arena. Oh no! No, no, no! Not the hole! Not again! Nope! Never again. That was how it happened, folks. That was where the world record went. Get him, Treeks. Alright, now get your butt out of the middle, you big goober. Move. Move! You troll. Hey, hey, come back. Come back! Get down here again. Trico, you were in the way. Ah, what a goober. Always a pleasure to fight alongside Trico. But okay, like that was by far the hardest fight in the game, so we're fine. Man, that was some serious flashbacks. I was a fraction of an inch from that hole. Hey, buddy. Nice little badge you've got there. Dude, you got so many spears, and I don't think I have the time to take all of them out. My guy. But I will do my best. I'm gonna take care of Trico. He's a good boy. There. Now, I just need to move really, really quickly to get to where I need to be. Oof. Okay, we still made it. We took the spears out and still did the skip, so yay. So here's where things get a little weird. This is the Master of the Valley. He's a blob. We're gonna make him suck in his goo, I guess, If we take it in all the way using the mirror, it'll explode back out really fast. If we take it only most of the way in, it'll come back out really slow. This is the puzzle I was talking about earlier that punishes people with higher FPS. Like with stronger consoles. Because, like if you run that at 60, it basically expands fast enough that you can't solve the puzzle. You can. It's just... Oh, it's so tight. Alright, Trico. Give me poops. We gotta stop this fan so Trico can come out. You might have seen him just spawn right there. Which hopefully means he's only gonna take 2 jumps. Oh, dude, let's go. I got a look at Trico, and he was not going to poop. So I did the quicker reset. So no poops this run. Very sad. Clean run. Uh-huh. Get all those chickens. So we got like some gameplay interspersed between some cutscenes here. Yeah. So what is happening is basically the question, isn't it? Ueda always likes to have kind of vague stories. Yeah, to summon the chickens, clearly. So yeah, our Trico doesn't really listen to the master anymore because he broke his horns. These Tricos still do listen to the master, and as you can see, they succeeded in doing what our Trico failed to do, which was deliver the people that they ate to the master. Take that for what you will. Some people think, including me, that those barrels have people in them. And some people think that it's just like completely unrelated. It's just a reward for delivering the people to the master. I personally think the master takes whatever he needs from the people and then just puts the rest in the barrels for the Tricos. There's people in there? Yeah, Trico eats the Soylent Blue. It's people. Yeah, and that's actually an interesting point about their horns, right? And again, the game never like explicitly comes out and says these things, but after all the times that I've played this, I think, and you can even see like the other Trico's horns are lit up and our Trico's isn't, because he's not being talked to by the master. Also, we're resetting because our leg is broken. But I don't think Tricos are supposed to have horns. I literally think like the master is feeding them people and it's growing horns so that he can control them. But I think that like Tricos naturally aren't supposed to have horns. Yeah, it's very much like interpretive storytelling. There's not much that's actually definitively shown. But like why the master needs people, even like what the master is kind of confusing. His tower appears to be very cold. Like we can see our breath when we're inside, almost like he's some kind of big computer that's trying to cool himself down. But, you know, we have to remember that this, at the very bottom of this tower, as far from the master as possible, was the mirror, which we're using to defeat him, basically. And it was placed on top of a sarcophagus with 16 pieces next to a pool that looks identical to the one from Shadow of the Colossus. So a lot of people think that this master thing is somehow like what remains of Dorman from Shadow of the Colossus. It also has the same color palette as the Queen from Eco. So it almost seems like throughout all of the games there's this consistent like evil entity, or I guess antagonistic, because you don't necessarily want to say that Dorman was evil, right? Just that he had his own motives. There's this antagonistic entity that's persistent in different forms throughout all the games. But I mean, it's a lot up to interpretation. Whee! Oh, that's not a good place. That's not a good place. Help! Help! Oh, he got me. He got me. No! Yeah, I did not like that launch. But that's fine. We're free. Give me my mirror! Stop chewing on my Trico! Maybe just a bit of tail for the road. It's for a snack later. Poor Trico, he just regrew his tail. And now, like, it's gone again. Also, for those who are familiar, in case whoever is running the timer is familiar with Last Guardian, every other category ends here. This one does not. So don't stop the timer. Oh, come on, tail pull. Yes. Beautiful. And, oof, landed on my feet as well. Perfect. Get wrecked, bro. Beautiful. Alright, so we still watch cutscenes here. Any percent would have stopped there, but true ending does not. Yeah, first shot as well. That was a really decent section with the tail. Oh man, this is gonna be really close to world record. I know roughly, like, to the minute, not to the second, how many minutes these final scenes are, and it's gonna be close enough it's gonna come down to seconds, I think. So we'll see. We do still have gameplay. Like, it's not just cutscenes, there's a little bit of gameplay still left. Argus doesn't show up. Argus from Shadow of the Colossus just leaps games to make sure that this crashes. Just to really get me. Yeah, the presumption, right, is that you explode the master, and so all of the Tricos that were connected mentally to the master also, like, have their brains fried at the same time, and that's why they're all falling. But the ones like ours, who aren't connected to the master anymore, are okay. Here's where we got the mirror. There's that sarcophagus. It always looks like that by his knee is a Trico poop, even if you don't get poop. Yeah, Trico just, he's like, ugh, forget this. Cashes in the boy for one final snack. Tail's so short. Trico, many people affectionately call her Susan. If you recall, her horn was broken, and her helmet was shredded off when we dropped a minecart on her face. And so presumably that broke her connection to the master too, so she's okay. Yeah, you don't have any pond to drown me in this time, do you, Trico? Yes, Ryan, we get to see... we get to see basically everything. Because we go till the end instead of till the final strike on the master. What span does the game happen? It's hard to tell. It's at least 3 days. Based on, like, you know, the boy slept overnight when Trico was injured. And he was taken at nighttime, but left the cave during the day, and, like, things like that. So it's at least the night of the first day, all of the second day, and the morning of the third day. But who knows? Like, every single time the boy or Trico goes unconscious, it could be a week before they wake up, you know? Because, like, even just right at the beginning, we get yeeted into a wall, like, 3 times. Yeah, exactly. And the part where you're in the cage, and he's like, I waited for an eternity. When you drowned and Trico left you, like, who knows how long you were asleep before you woke up. You can see Trico smoking out of his nose. Like, he's so hot. And this time, when he barfed us up, there was no residual, like, barrel goo or pieces of barrel or anything, so he really just has nothing left in him. to heal him with, you know, because the barrels make him feel better. So here's poor Trico. And the final command that I give, the final input that I have as a player, is to give the command to point away. To tell Trico, go. Don't stay here with me because they'll kill you. Not time yet, no. We go all the way until it says the end. This? That guy saying I doubt it has long to live is what did me in the first time that I played. It was that, and then I was like, okay, I'll be okay. It's fine. I'm alright. And then this. Just like being told, like, that's the end. Also, still not time. Keep it going. Being told, like, that's the end. I was like, that can't be the end. What are you talking about? But stick around, there's still more. We get these cute little credits, which will last for a little while. Like, we're seeing these things from Trico's perspective for a little while. You know, me bringing him the barrel and all that. When I show him the mirror, and he, like, is like, oh, what the heck? Remember, and his eyes changed colors. So yeah, we get some shots here from Trico's perspective. But unfortunately, and this would have been so cool, but I understand, like, why they didn't. These are always the same. So sadly, like, it doesn't change every credits to reflect, like, what you actually did in the game, which would have been really cool, except that, you know, there realistically wouldn't have been a good way for them to make sure that, like, the boy was always in frame, or that Trico was actually looking at anything interesting. So I get why they didn't. But yeah, here's another one from Trico's perspective, watching us put that on the chain. Well, I mean, Eco was the first game, and Last Guardian was the third game. So, I mean, try, maybe. Just aiming for that little bit of crossover. Like Trico, the third Eco game. But of course, Shadow of the Colossus doesn't make any sense with that schematic. That is true. The boy will change outfits. So, like, you get different outfits for giving the boy, or giving the boy. Yikes. Giving Trico barrels. And after a certain number of barrels, you unlock specific outfits. And he will be wearing the appropriate outfit in this ending. Like, in these scenes. I don't know if Trico is wearing the badge, because I put the badge on him during the run. I don't know if he's wearing the badge during these. Yeah, Toriko is... you can interpret it multiple ways, right? You can interpret it as Tori and the kanji ko, which is child, which would be bird child, yeah. Or like baby bird. Or you can also interpret it as ko, the like diminutive suffix that you add affectionately onto people's names. So that would just kind of be like, oh, cute little bird, you know? Like it would have that. It's kind of common, like when you're naming pets, to have their name end in ko, or to have them have a nickname that ends in ko. For that reason, it's like a pet name. So like little pet birdie, you know? Yeah, chronologically it's Shadow, Eco, and then Last Guardian with some flexibility, like Theo said, for having Last Guardian be before or after. But it's definitely Shadow and then Eco, even though they came out in the opposite order. So we're coming into this image. Yeah, it happened concurrently with Eco and Shadow of the Colossus. The hidden third option. We're coming into this image of our mirror, like the shield thing that we were using to summon Trico's lightning. And you're kind of meant to be like, oh yeah, this is the title screen. I guess I'm done. And a lot of people will just like turn it off, right? Because it's like, oh, okay, it's just taking us back to the title. Whatever, I guess the game's done. And this is the title screen that we would normally see. But if you wait and do some inputs, voila, it's not the title screen after all. Yeah, game doing us a heckin' bamboozle. I have basically no tattoos, so we really did not get caught very often. If you get caught a lot by the armors, you as this adult boy will have tattoos like all the way down your forehead and all sorts. Good music. Such good music. And like what on earth made this shape? You know? Like it's a weird natural shape. But we're here once again. You can see that the antenna is still knocked down. And we're heading all the way back down. This is the first cave that we were in, the cave that we were trapped in together when Trico and I started this adventure. This is when I lured him into the lake with a snack. This up here is the wall that we broke when we discovered we could shoot lightning from his tail. And this is the starting room of the game, where Trico was chained to the floor. He was chained inside this circular thing. So it's where we first met Trico. And it's gonna be time. Hey, we got untouchable. 348.30, basically. Um so yeah, it's hard to see and hard to hear, but there was a baby Trico over to the left-hand side there. Untouchable emissary is for no deaths. So we did a deathless speed run. Yeah, that was Last Guardian. True ending. You actually get to see all the story, which is why I really like running that. And hopefully that was a new and fun way to experience Last Guardian, even though you've already seen all barrels and everything. So yeah, thanks for having me, and thanks for hanging out. And thanks for being patient with Mort, even though he vanished for the end. But y'all are wonderful. Don't forget to donate to support the ACLU.
Thank you very much, Sable. We'll get going to intermission, get ready to start the next run. Okay, yeah, as you said, make sure to donate to ACLU. We have just a little bit more of the day of the marathon left. Just again, as a reminder, there is a bid war for the finale. It is going to be we are hoping that we can do the finale, but I just want to make it clear again that the finale is subject to the runner being able to do the finale. As of right now, their last statement was that they were feeling better, but we still have about a day left. So hopefully we can have the finale, but we are not going to risk our runners' health just for a finale. But there is still the Mass Effect bid war for Save and Kill the Council, as well as the FF10 versus FF12 speed. FF10 versus FF12 completionist category bid war. So donate to both of those. And yeah, we got Hotline Miami next, followed quickly by Xenoblade. Okay, everyone, after talking to the runner, we're actually going to look for about an hour filler. The runner just finished exams, I believe that they said, and so they just need some additional time to decompress. So we're going to look for a filler, and we're going to get back on schedule in a moment. I'm not sure if it's going to be a speed run of mine or something else, or a task. So just give me about 5 to 10 minutes while I figure that out.